We had to tease that out. But the thing is, a lot of people who don't, who do send reports are a little blind to themselves. So, I mean, I'm not saying that like all reporters are bad because they're not. And as a matter of fact, by submitting reports, they're showing that they care about the health of the community. Um, but a little self introspection on everyone's behalf would help make our community healthier. We want you to post the code of conduct at any GNOME get together, event, online space, anything. We want all attendees to know that the code of conduct exists before they arrive to the event or interaction, and then they remember it during the whole event in case they need to pull it out, and even afterwards. Because you know what, it's a like being kind and nice and helping keep foster good relationships is a good way of doing things no matter where you are. Let us know if you are a trained incident responder and are willing to volunteer as one at our events. We have a Rolodex of half a dozen to a dozen incident responders. Oh, Rolodex. Um, but we could always have more. The more people we know that can help with incidents response, the more we can send to local events like GNOME Asia. Let us know if you are willing to be trained as an incident responder. Caveat, we don't currently have the budget for this. We have in the past. I'm hoping we have it again in the future. But if you know someone, like if your employer would be happy to sponsor you for to become an incident responder, it's a great skill to have. Um, if you know of any grants that we could apply to that we can help pay for more incident responder training, that would be awesome too. Contact me if you have any ideas. Uh, Submit a report if you see a code of conduct violation in a GNOME affiliated space. If you see something, please let us know, because that's how we can help work together to make GNOME a better place. And who's us, right? The Code of Conduct Committee. Uh, as I mentioned earlier, I'm on the Code of Conduct Committee. We currently are 5 volunteers from the GNOME community. All 5 are foundation members in good standing. We're all trained as incident responders. Some have done the training multiple times. I've done it 3. I find it super helpful. The repeated, just doing practice over and over helps me just learn how to do respond properly to incidents when they occur. We are empowered by the GNOME Foundation Board of Directors. They re-charter, or they have to vote on our membership annually. So every year before the annual general meeting at GWADEC, they vote on the membership of our committee. They also vote on other committees if you cared about that, but that's part of what happens with committees. We all care about the health of our community. That's why we're here. We don't do this because it's fun. We do this because it's important. And last but not least, we're not mind readers. We need people to tell us what's going on. We can't work on rumors. In past years, I've commented about how we wanted more reports, and people have always been like, do you really? Isn't that more work? Yes, yes, we want reports. No reports doesn't mean there are no issues. What it could mean is that the code of conduct isn't known well enough by the community. It could be a lack of trust in the community, or in the committee by the community. Wow, those words. It could be that it's too hard to submit an incident report. That, yeah, it's just easier for the person to walk away from the project than to help work on make the community better. The Code of Conduct Committee has been working this past year on making the process easier. The conduct.gnome.org webpage with the web form, that's new this year. So we want to make it as easy as possible for people to let us know when things go wrong so that we can fix it. This data is from our transparency reports. It's a time lapse showing how many incident reports there have been per transparent report and how many we acted on. The last group, last pair on the right, isn't out yet. That will be part of the data of the transparency report that will go out at the end of the year. We're working on it. We started compiling it, but it's not out yet. So that data is probably going to change a bit. Numbers are from me eyeballing our GitLab issues. But as you can see, we've been getting more reports. And that's a great thing because we can't act without reports. Not only has the number of reports have gone up, they've gone up higher than we've had some that we couldn't act on. Just because we don't act on an incident doesn't mean it's not important to report on it. One of the things that we do keep an eye on is trends. If someone gets reported multiple times, even if like a single incident isn't worth or isn't actionable, multiple ones can be. If there's a pattern of behavior, that's when we need to act. So it's important. The biggest complaints we've gotten from people outside the committee is why didn't you act sooner? We need reports in order to act. If I've had folks ask me, like, come up to me and say, hey, have you received a report on this issue or incident that I heard about? And I didn't even know about it. None of us knew about it. I go back to my committee and our committee tries to figure things out, but we can't act without an actual report from someone who is there. Goes back to not working on rumors. We can't act unless people have submitted a reports. So if you see something, if you see someone, or if you yourself are made uncomfortable in a way by someone in the community, please submit a report. If you feel like you're not comfortable with the person knowing that you submitted a report, we try and keep things as private as we can. We never expose who submitted reports and who hasn't. That being said, if you think you're the only one there, you were the only one who could have submitted a report, submit one anyway and let us know that you're worried. If that is the case, we will not act on the report, but we will keep it. And if there is a pattern of behavior, and we can aggregate multiple reports together so that we can more easily keep your anonymity, we will do that. Because if someone acts badly towards you, chances are they'll do it again, right? So multiple reports against the same person, actionable. So please submit reports. Keeping our community safe and welcoming is a community effort. And as I mentioned earlier, you've done your first step by coming here and listening to this talk and learning for ways that you can help. And yeah, thank you. Moving back to the start, I just want to thank everyone for working to keep GNOME safe and welcome. I hope everyone has a safe conference and building on all those relationships so that we have a good, healthy community. Is there, do we do questions or? If not, I'm happy to cede my time, and it's evening here, so I'll probably be off to have dinner and off to bed soon. It's been great. Thank you very much for coming to my talk.
to virtually. Okay. My one of his remains I would take. Basically. Sit, you got laptop already. Sit. Sit. Sit that. You got laptop already. Huh? You got laptop. Have got laptop. Okay. Hold it over there. Okay. Right. I think we can move to the next session. And disable sound.
I guess one or two people.
Hello, Charo, can you hear me?
Do I need to turn on the mic? Maybe people are like it.
I don't see. Just catch it from the videos.
Is it remote? Yeah.
You just catch the stream from everyone and yes, everything will be. He will talk from here.
Okay.
Okay, you just have to catch the stream and everything will be captured. Yes.
So, yeah, can I check this one, like the picture and the. I want to post back on the So, where is the nasal one?
Hello, Dijan. Dijan, can you hear me?
It's this screen. So, it's this screen. Yeah, this is X1. This is scan. That's fine.
Okay, so hopefully we can
Like waiting just
listen to session.
so one video is there, one video is of him and slide.
For one,
In the yeah. If it has not possible, then I will be joining the link. Okay. I will be giving the
yeah,
actually.
yeah.
So that will be more easier to
I think
capture.
we need to wait for sometimes.
Okay, I think that's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah, he's already there.
Okay,
But
Nigel can
it's too loud over here, so I don't think you can hear anything.
yes.
Yeah,
So
we have
maybe you can talk over here.
we have only one cancel, so we have 49 registered. I'm not sure AI is exactly what
Then we can get that.
okay. Do I need to send them something
Okay, so
before the
can
event?
you
Or do they need to keep something in mind? Okay. So then I think
Okay, so I think you guys are basically doing virtual, totally virtual right now. So as you can see on the slide here, hi guys. So you can just open your webcam if you. Yes. You already bought new, right? Wow, that's one nice. Okay, so I think you guys can take it over for the slide. So for all already in here, so yeah, this is talk from Amelja and Cyrus. So I think you guys can take it away. Okay. Yes, I think Asia has can change the he's the controller. He's the controller. Okay, no worries. Okay.
I know I'm waiting to confirm.
Oh, here.
Actually, there is a group.
Yeah, you can start. You can start. It's already recorded. Oh, okay.
It will be good. So, on the time extended, will be to be extended. So that speaker can read the speaker. There will be sound signals. We are the process one. Okay, so I will use it. I see that it will be so we want to bring that kind of models kind of events and properties and all and so.
GNOME Nepal core maintainer and an instructor in GNOME Nepal. He is also a developer and system network admin, and he is the founder of Nepal Labs. So I like to bring and give this stage to Silas so that he will be moving the slides ahead. So Silas, please.
Okay, hello guys everyone. So it's me Sailit Singh and you already have my introduction. in the previous slide. So this is our today's agenda in our presentation, and I also like to thank everyone and GNOME Asia. So our first topic would be introduction to open source, then understanding GNOME, exploring GNOME toolkit, GTK, benefit of open source and fast, myth busting Linux misconception, demonstration and examples, and at the end, open source lifecycle and contributions.
So talking about open source, so open source is a type of software which is not like maintained by a company, but it's maintained by many collaborators who who gives their effort to maintain and like promote that software. So some of the open source softwares you might have heard are like GNOME itself is an open source software, Linux, LibreOffice, and Firefox. So we will be starting by understanding GNOME. So I would like to again welcome Silas Singh for that.
Okay, so understanding GNOME. So in the next slide, uh, so here is our slide. So GNOME is basically what is GNOME? So GNOME is like you have heard like CLI, UI, UX. So GNOME is basically you can say UI UX for the Linux.
He is Silas Singh. He is one of the core maintainer in GNOME Nepal, and he's also instructor for GNOME Nepal. He is a developer and system network admin, and he is also a founder of Nebran Labs. You can find Silas at his LinkedIn at Silas Singh. So today's agenda for the presentation. So today we'll be talking about open source project. We'll be understanding GNOME. We'll be exploring GNOME toolkit. We'll be understanding the benefit of FOSS and open source. We'll also be myth busting some Linux misconception. We'll be demoing and giving you some examples. And we are also giving you some information on open source lifecycle and contributions. So introducing open source. Open source are various kind of softwares that you see in everyday life. Some of the examples of open source softwares being Mozilla Firefox, LibreOffice, Linux, and GNOME. To introduce you about GNOME, I'd like to welcome my co-speaker, Silas Singh. Silas Singh, please have the stage.
Okay, so guys, understanding about GNOME. So basically, GNOME is a, desktop environment for Linux distribution, and it simplifies and enriches our user experience. So in simple term, it's like UI UX for the Linux environment. So what does it solve? Like it makes easier for non-technical user and customize efficient UI for Linux. Okay, so myth busting the Linux misconceptions. So common myth is like Linux is too hard to use. You will need to command line everything. Linux has no application profile. So basically, people think that Linux is what we need to do, where hacking is their only command line. But in the reality, Linux is far way better and easier. It's come in many flavors, many distros, and it's more like Windows managed feature with more customizable feature, and in it no make it easier, and it is open source and you can do it customization. So while talking about exploring the GNOME toolkit, so GTK. So GTK is a framework for building GUIs in GNOME. So you need the some of the framework to build GUIs. So for example, you need the Figma for building UI UX. In a similar way, you need the GTK for building GNOME UI GUI. So you have to use it to customize GUI. GTK is a framework, and it is a community driven. So it has a well security, well patches. So it is reliable. Yeah.
So, coming back to me, so I'm going to talk about the benefits of open source. Open source is quite flexible. Like you don't like your Linux distro or any open source you want, you can always fork the project or customize it according to your need. You can even make your Linux distribution look like a Mac OS or Windows. So that is the kind of flexibility we are talking about here. So Linux is cost effective. Most of the free and open source tools, as the name suggests, are free to use, and most of them are also free to redistribute. Free open source software are community driven. Thousands of contributors ensure constant improvement on the topic of open source and also to the projects of open source. If there is any security problems, the community is always there to patch it and release the next version with the security loopholes patched. Security. The patches are almost constant, making force software less vulnerable. Legal framework in open source. So, shall I copy the code from open source projects? That is one question. Uh, is it even considered legal to do so, or is it completely illegal? Well, there are licenses that helps us in this issue. So licenses informs the user if a product is free to use, free to modify, or is able to redistribute. Some of the common licenses include GPL, MIT, and other licenses like Apache, etc. Uh, if it is free to use, modify, distribute, this then how this open source project promotes innovation? If we are just copying and pasting, isn't it just like reduplicating and copy pasting everywhere? Well, no. So before going to that copying and redistribution, let me come back to open source releases. Open source softwares are constantly improving and getting better day by day. So softwares are all improved upon regularly. So let's say what happens when open source software goes from 47.1 version to 47.1.1. Here is an example of GNOME release like 47.1, that is a stable one, and 46.6 was the old stable one. So what happened was that it went from 46.6 to 47.1. To understand that, we will have to go through open source lifecycle. Open source lifecycle are generally based on Git software and Git hosting platform like GitHub, GitLab, etc. Do you know that GNOME Foundation has their own GitLab? You can search and find about it more if you do a quick Google search as gitlab.gnome.org, I think. So lifecycle of open source software starts from a simple issue creation. Issue meaning like there is a problem in this repository or in this project to a new version being released. So the general flow of lifecycle goes as identifying the issue. Issue is then created and reviewed by the maintainer, and the maintainer in this sense checks if the issue aligns with their vision or not. And if there is a potential contributor who wants to solve that issue, then he will fork the repository. Then a pull request is created, reviewed, and revised for code quality and feature completion. And pull request is accepted and merged. The changed feature are made live in the next version. So here is an example of open source lifecycle. This is an example of GNOME Nepal's backend server. Here, publisher name has suggested us to remove this piece of code, which are redundant, and maintainer Rex 9840 is messaging me saying like, what should we do with the list display, etc. So we had some discussions back and forth. So after the issue was identified, and we checked that it was currently going and it aligns with our vision, then Rex 9840, our maintainer, created a pull request, basically removing all this line of codes and only adding this much. So afterwards, me and my co-speaker Sailesh Singh accepted that request, and it got merged into our live code base. So Viola, after all that is done, publisher name or also Subhas Kimere is in our contributors list for GNOME Nepal. Hope we will see you guys as a contributor as well. So we'll be giving you a live demonstration of GitHub. So for this example, I have created this repository for GNOME Nepal Summit. Is my screen shared, by the way? Let me try to share my screen.
Do you want to share your screen? Is it?
Yeah, I want to share my
Okay,
screen.
so you can just press the bottom plus. You can share your screen. On the left.
Yeah, I'm seeing it. I couldn't see that. It
You
says
couldn't
like
see that?
start a poll.
Okay.
Yeah.
Supposedly there is option that you can let me try help you. Let me take the presenter first. There's a action saying that oh yeah, it cannot share this.
Okay, fine. I think I can skip that then.
Okay, so let me pass back to you. The presenting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unfor- yeah. Unfortunately, due to some technical issue, we could not like demonstrate the live demonstration. So yeah. So it basically goes like this. We'll be creating a issue saying like there is something wrong with the code, or if we can make this better, or even if you have some question with the project, you can create the issue, and some maintainer will basically come back and look at your issue and suggest if they want to do it or not. If they don't want to do it and you don't have the and you still want to do it, then you can check if you are allowed to fork the repository via the license or not, and then you can create your fork and maintain it yourself as well. But in case the maintainer accepts your issue, then you can create a pull request and get your pull request merged. So the this is how you will be a contributor to that project as well. So talking about Linux environments and Linux and GNOME, I like to bring up silencing again.
So well, Linux environment and Linux GNOME environment. So both have environment. We can do everything from both environments. So CLI has everything, and so does the GNOME has. So from the CLI, you can't memorize everything. So nobody going to memorize. So keep the call command, paste your link, then do the things from where to put this all the things. So from the GNOME, with the help of GNOME, we simply go to the browser, download the copy the file, text editor, and paste. Everything is done like Windows Manager. So it's simple, pretty easy peasy.
So why should you want to contribute to open source project? Like open source project, as the nature it says, it's free, right? But what happens to you if you contribute to open source project? What are its benefits? So the benefits includes like career benefits. You will be working on a real world project. Like the open source project, it goes live to many users, and hence your code will have real impact, and you can be seen as a contributor, and your net professional network will grow as well for that reason. Also, you will gain real world experience of real world coding standard and practices. You will have real world impact. The changes you do will be seen by real world users, and you will be contributing to everyday tools. Also, you can engage in the community like gnome nepals, and get your name in the gnome nepal's homepage or in any repository you have. And you can also join a kind and open-minded developers network using open source projects. So how to start? So to contribute to a start as a beginner, you will have to pick a tool or community that is part of your life. For me, gnome nepal is kind of part of my life, and I have developed very tools for them. You can also explore beginner friendly projects in github and search for good first issue tags and try to fix that. You will have to learn Git and GitHub for that, and there are many resources to teach you how to learn Git and GitHub. And afterwards, when you identify the issue, you can make a PR, do some code changes, and follow up with the maintainer. And afterwards, I'm pretty sure your code will be either merged or your pull request will get closed. So please follow with the maintainers for any hurdles along the way. To enhance your step, you can also join the open source community like GNOME Nepal for extra insights. You can also explore websites, forum, and tutorials for helping along the way. You can also join various Discord channels of various open source projects and open source communities to help you. You can ask maintainers who are also a fellow developers for any hurdles along the way. You can also ask your friends, family members, etc., who are familiar with this topic regarding how to start and how to make your life better as an open source maintainer. So yeah, thanks guys. This is our presentation. This is our talk. We are extremely thankful towards GNOME Nepal and GNOME Foundation for giving us this opportunity. And we will also like to thank the organizer of this event of GNOME Asia. So any questions?
So we are currently virtually, so I don't think anybody have any questions here. So let's back to next slide.
Yeah. So if you have any questions, you can still contact us at like Nirza Portal. That is my LinkedIn handle, and Silasing36. That is my co-speaker's LinkedIn handle. So if you want to
Mhm.
do get do anything regarding open source, and if you haven't understood anything from this presentation, I would like to just understand doing these two things. Please start exploring Linux and GNOME. Please start contributing to open source projects from today. Thank you all. That is our presentation. So you can join our various slides, various QR for our social. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Wow, there's so much QR I can
Thank
see.
you. Can I pause?
Hey, just put it. Okay, so it's finished already.
Yeah, already finished.
Okay, so thank guys for
Thank
your
you.
talk. So we will be take a break for a while for our next talk. Stay tuned
Yeah.
and
You're good
hold
to
on. So again, thank you.
yourself.
Yep, thank you Nizar for your session, and also our guy here doing double. Basically, he's doing double,
Yeah.
double what virtual.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank
Nizam,
you,
bye.
thank you, bye. Yes, no, no, no.
No?
Yeah, no. Just choose the camera. Yeah, all good.
It's more
You are currently the only person in this conference. You are currently the only person in this conference.
They're like, do whatever you want, you feel is right because you're the expert. So, right now, like, this is like I've been working with the
Okay.
also updating their color system because
Guys, I think you can stand by.
still keeping
It's almost your session.
good luck.
Now the press is updating.
So,
That's fine.
You want to do a rapping session or what? You want to do a rapping session or presenting?
Have a new term called
I guess you should know this.
yeah, so basically RGB has some accessibility issues on the browser, so now there is OKLCH. So this article is pretty detailed.
oh, even Martians, they do a lot of like design things. Like I attended one of their talks. Oh, you should register for it. You should keep an eye out for
Human AI collaboration in
happens
design.
in March in Berkeley. Probably you should do that.
Settle?
And they also have
We have
design.
Yep. After you.
After hours, hours.
They do it like in partnership with like Wikimedia and like they have like yeah.
He works in Wikimedia.
Oh, really? I was there in the CEO. They were doing Wikimedia office.
And my manager also sent me. But yeah, the main thing is OKLCH is like the new modern standard for CSS colors, and it helps with accessibility and better contrast and distinction. So yeah, these are the main benefits.
We have been struggling.
Okay. So you can just. Okay, so hello guys, welcome back to our track 2 for the session because unfortunately Mantra Sakuma cannot be here. I mean, I'm not sure if she have issue with time zone because we had it before. Okay, so I think we are continuing with our session with human AI collaboration in UI design for of GNOME, presenting by our friend here from Nepal, both of them from Nepal. So Anuj and Sid, I think it's free for you guys to take it over.
Hi. Hi. Hello everyone. And we are presenting the talk on human AI collaboration in designing GNOME. So let me introduce myself. I am a full stack developer and I mostly work on desktop apps using Electron and I specialize in cross-platform development right now. And besides that, I am a Linux and open source enthusiast, and I constantly try to contribute on different events of the community like Software Freedom Day, and I was also in the organizing committee of GNOME Asia 2023 and this year 2024 too. And besides that, I'm an independent researcher. I just write research papers and just publish them on mostly on conferences. So that's about me. Now next up, let's welcome my friend Onruz.
Okay, so I'm Onruz Baskota, an open source enthusiast and an active member of Nepal Open Source Club. So talking about me, I'm an open source enthusiast and UI UX designer, also a front-end developer. So I'm doing my undergrad degree in Nepal College of Information Technology. So I'm an active member of Nepal Open Source Club, as I said before. So I have been organizing more than 20 events or related to Linux and open sources. And so I have been a graphic designer of Software Freedom Day 2023, which was conducted by Knox itself. So an event facilitator at Software Freedom Day 2024. And I was a volunteer graphic designer and an outreach manager at GNOME Asia Summit 2023. And I think I met Siddhartha 1 year ago. So it's been 1 year anniversary. Okay, now I have recently delivered sessions like exploring Ubuntu with the GNOME interface. So talking about Knox. So Nepal Open Source, this is a logo of Nepal Open Source Club. So what Knox does is, okay, it was founded by Nitesh Rizal on 20th February 2008. Formerly, it was started as NCIT Open Source Club, which was limited to our college NCIT only. But later then he took it to the, made it wider and made it to the Nepal Open Source Club so that all the people from Nepal can contribute to that club. And what our mission is that we promote open source software in Nepal. So, and activities are like we organize workshop talks, sessions on FOSS tools and technologies, train and educate people on the benefits and use of FOSS, and provide hands-on experience with open source software. And so what we have, our motto is that it's open for all, even people from all around the world can contribute to it. It is not limited to Nepal only. So, and we have created many Git repos and people can contribute to there. So, yeah, next. Yeah, like I said, our objective is promote open source culture, help people adopt FOSS, provide workshop, encourage contributions. So you can connect us and find Nepal Open Source Club in this. Now I'd like to.
So let's talk about today's agenda. And as you can see, first we will introduce what human AI collaboration really is and what is the overall scope of this talk. And we are also going to talk about GNOME's current design practices. And we conducted a pilot study regarding how designers are using AI in their workflow. And we'll also present some data related to that, so that it will act as a base for further topics. And we also will also include something related to accessibility. That's about role of AI in enhancing accessibility, and some challenges and solutions of this approach. And finally, we'll try to exemplify everything by giving a talk about user feedback and iterative design. And so this is the part one, and let me introduce you to what human AI collaboration really is. So what human AI collaboration is, everyone is using some sort of AI right now. So let's take an example, ChatGPT. It's an LLM model that's, I guess, used by many people right now for things like content creation, and even some developers use it for things like snippet generation and all. And what turns out to be the case is that designers are also using things like ChatGPT, Figma AI, plus Adobe's AI tool. And what turns out to be case is that even designers are using AI in their workflow, and how they are using is the AI acts as a collaborating partner, or let's say an friend who will give suggestions regarding things like color palette generation, layout generation, and help in things like accessibility and so on. So what human AI collaboration really is it's a let's say a synergetic relationship between a human and an AI partner. And the examples in real life scenarios are AI content generation with human refinement, and things like decision support, and things like translation. Let's say translation. It's being used in many projects. Even in Ubuntu, the project is translated to many other languages like Indonesia, and also we can use AI in these scenarios. So there are some key features of human AI collaboration. The features include the first thing. We must understand that AI can't be sentient on its own. It must act as a collaborating partner where decision must be taken by humans. So it's all about augmentation, not replacement. And similarly, it acts as a complementary strength. It gives human the complementary strength. Like let's say it helps in mundane task of color palette generation or checking for quick accessibility and continuous learning is a key characteristic for we know that anyone who has used ChatGPT, we know that ChatGPT stores context throughout time. So to make the generation of answers more better, more reliable, so it's a continuous process and it's a synergetic process, I must say. So there are some key benefits and key challenges in this type of collaborative environment. So some benefits are, first thing is efficiency. Since AI can handle the mundane task, it helps to increase the efficiency of people. And similarly, innovation. Since like before, the mundane task is handled by AI, so people can be more innovative and focus their attention, creativity, and willpower to other things. Uh, and accessibility. So AI can also help in accessibility, like it can give us suggestions and it can do things like understand the design principles and give suggestion based on that. And some challenges are, first is trust. So since the use of AI involves data, so the first thing always comes is trust in how the AI is using the data and things like privacy and all. And also biasness. So biasness is something that is quite critical. And with the advent of new technologies and new research methodologies like explainable AI, we can reduce biasness to some cases and interpretability. So AI is giving us some suggestions and it's giving us answer, but we need to know why. Why is it giving such answers? So this field of study comes under interpretability, which is basically explainable AI. So we talked about what human AI collaboration is. Now let's be more focused and shift our focus to the role of AI in modern design workflows. So AI is being used in modern design workflow for things like automated prototyping. We can create quick wireframes and all, and also theme and color suggestion. I guess this is one of the greatest, mostly used use case of human AI collaboration in designing. And also things like personalization, it can give the users personalized messages or something like that. And also in pattern recognition and accessibility enhancement. So basically it can do things like automatic auditing of accessibility, checking accessibility, guiding us, and so on. So it has some benefits of using AI in design. So the benefits are, the first thing, it saves time. Like I said, it handles all the mundane tasks. And another, it helps to improve design consistency. And it also help to, I guess, improve the creativity of the team. So let's go through talk overview. So first thing, we'll try to analyze how AI can be used in design, and after that we can talk about challenges in collaboration and also talk about some examples. Uh, So before starting, and I would like to set a foundation of the GNOME's current design principles. So GNOME has a design principle and it's called Human Interface Guidelines. There are four main principles, and many other things related to how the layout should be, how the color should be, what font it should be, and the set of icons that we can use. So things like that, and the four main principles of GNOME Human Interface Design are design for people. So GNOME strives for making their software, making their product more inclusive, so that people with diverse physical abilities, culture, and devices can use the app. And also you don't have to be tech savvy to use the product. You can have little knowledge about technology and still use that product. So next thing is make it simple. So focus on core goals, like what the software should do, and make it such that it does only one thing and it does that thing very well. and use progressive disclosures to the users, and prioritize frequently used actions. And another principle is reduce user effort. So we can summarize this principle in just one sentence, and that is, what can be automated should be automated. So let's not just waste the time of the user by manually making them to do such things, some things. And also, final part, be considerate. So being considerate, since we are making product for other people, we should think about other people. So being considerate means that. So the four principles of GNOME really lays the foundation for uh, its overall design core principles. So, and it has some strengths. The strength being, first thing, intuitive navigation. Uh, the basically users don't have to be tech savvy and just use the app. And next is accessibility. GNOME, since GNOME is constantly pushing forward for things like inclusion and accessibility, and the core principles also reflect that. So that's another great strength of GNOME's current UI design. And the thing of consistency. Since GNOME has this set, it has very good resource. You can check it out online about its how the app should be, how the color and font should be. The GNOME apps are quite consistent. And also, the apps made by the GNOME's current design principles, they are simple. And another thing that GNOME focuses on is performance optimization. So basically, don't use resources much of the computer. Now let's talk about some accessibility challenges in UI design. So the first thing is lack of, a centralized and well summarized resource. So we know that there are resources online, but what if we need to go and quickly check something and get the information very fast? So things like that. And also challenges for people with disability. So let's say some people may have color blindness. So he or she might not see, he, she, or any pronoun. So they can't see some color like green or blue. So there might be some chance of there might be some chance of this particular situation. And also mobility impairments. So the users of our app might be the motor function of our users might be challenged. And visual impairments. Mainly, let's say people with albinism, they have visual impairment. So this is one of the examples. And also cognitive accessibility. So some people might be cognitively challenged. And assistive technology integration. So things like integrating assistance in the app, and also proactive user guidance. Proactive user guidance, like leveraging tools for feedback and all. Now, let's talk about data. So before we proceed forward, what we like to show is our data. We conducted a pilot study regarding how designers are using AI Like I said before, AI can help in creativity, and we asked them whether AI has really impacted their creativity in some way or no. So most of the people were on the positive side. So it's basically a Likert scale. We have 5 points, and basically it's a spectrum of emotion that people feel when answering the question. And we can see that most of the people were more have their creativity morally increased and significantly increased. So we can say that AI is on the team of designers in terms of creativity. And also, turns out that AI has been influencing design quality too. So the designers are quite happy about integrating AI in their workflow. So for the next part, my friend Anuraj will be here.
Okay. So, in the previous part, we have known what's the role of AI and the human as a collaborative partner. So now, what we'll be talking about how AI can improve the accessibility. So accessibility plays a vital role in designing. So personalized experience, first one is, so AI can tailor UI elements for diverse user needs. That means we can we can design the UI for visually impaired persons to the one that are normal ones. So that will be easier for both the group. And the next one is accessibility checks. That means automated tools can identify and resolve design barriers. Like I said, for the visually impaired persons, like colorblind persons cannot see some colors. So, like voice and assistive features, AI-powered captions, translations, and screen readers, and color and contrast optimizations. That means that it ensures that even the visually impaired persons can see that color, and the normal people can see that color, and maintains the same design for everyone. That doesn't makes the design diverse. And voice and gesture interactions. So we have so someone that who is not able to see properly. So what they can do is control by their voice or by their gestures, and use the same UI experience and experience the UI easily. So here are some of the examples for the UI AI tools to for the design process. So first one is OpenCV. So OpenCV provides library for image processing and computer vision, aiding in automation tasks like detecting shapes and or enhancing details. The next one is stable diffusion. It's a powerful AI model for generating images from text prompts, often used in creating mood boards and conceptual designs. The next one is Magenta by TensorFlow. So the Magenta by TensorFlow focuses on creating music and art creation, and it enables innovative generative designs when paired with compatible software tools. The next one is Font Forge with automation. So it is Font Forge is an open source font editor where AI assisted features can generate font variations or suggest improvements. The next one is Figma with AI plugins. So smart layout generation, auto alignment, and collaborative editing in real time. So that means there are the features that are like smart layout generation, auto alignment, and collaborative editing that allows UI UX designer to perform their tasks easily. See. So next one is GIMP with AI plugins. So GIMP has also recently released its AI plugins, so that not GIMP but the people have contributed to the so and GIMP is an open source tool. So GIMP excels in photo retouching, image composition, and graphic design with its customizable interface and powerful features. So GIMP has recently been trying to replace the Photoshop as well. So now the next one is Chroma. Chroma uses AI to learn Chroma uses AI to learn which colors you like. So creates a limitless palettes for you to discover, search, and save. So it basically generates a new color palettes according to your needs and desire. The next one is Add a Firefly. Adobe Firefly is a series of generative AI. The AI model produced by Adobe. It powers a series of standalone tools that can be used to generate images and design assets. Next one is PaintPot with AI plugins. PaintPot is an open source web-based design and prototyping tool for UI UX collaboration, offering team-friendly features and growing support for AI-powered enhancements. Now next one is Inkscape with AI plugins. So Inkspace is an open source tool for vector graphics, editor used for UI design and illustration. So with AI powered plugins or tasks like path simplification, pattern recognition, and intelligent vector optimization, it has enabled UI designers to perform their tasks much better, and the efficiency of the task has been rapidly grown. So next one is raw therapy. So raw therapy is an open source photo editing tool specializing in advanced image processing with AI assisted features for noise reduction, color correction, and detail enhancement. Now possible AI solutions and the open source ethos. So possible AI design solutions for GNOME are accessibility enhancement. So there are some screen readers with AI powered adaptive narration for GNOME cell and apps. So automatic generation for colorblind friendly themes for GTK apps, and suggestion of layouts, color, and messages. So what enhancement we can do is that for colorblind people, we can do is generate a color palette so that for the both colorblind and as well as the normal people, so that they will be in a equally distributed, not that they will be in a diverse form. So now next one is automated UI testing. So all the UI are basically in today's time. What we do is we test our UI UX basically through ourselves. But what we can do is give our Figma design or any design to the AI so that it will test and list out the problems and give what improvements can be done to our UI. So design choice and optimization. So as I said in automated UI testing, so AI can suggest us for the new design patterns, color palettes. So improved help system. So AI integrated GNOME help to generate contextual assistance based on the user's current tasks. AI can help generate user guides easily based on appropriate prompts. Now, help in localization. Pre-trained models can help in AI enhanced translation, can help in contextually appropriate message generation throughout the app. Now, AI as a collaborative partner. So, human and AI has been human and AI has been the collaborative partner. So as before it said, so how can we, so as the time has come to an end, I'll just go shortly. So enhancing AI as a collaborative partner. So we'll do how can we take AI as collaborative partner? Enhancing human creativity and facilitating decision making, streamlining workflows, expanding accessibility, and strengthening collaboration. Next. So examples like enhancing human creativity. There are tools like DALL-E and AI plugins inspired design with layouts and color suggestion, facilitating decision making. Dev9 analyzer users feedback to refine design choices, and GIMP AI tools offer insights for design optimization, streamlining workflows. Inkscape with AI extension automates tasks like resizing and exporting. Glade AI integration improve UI testing and localization for GNOME apps. And expanding accessibility. Contrast checker by GNOME design team suggests accessible color combinations. So balancing open source ethics and integration and AI integration. So balancing open source ethics and ethics is the main role of the open source main use of open source. So transparency and accountability, the accessibility and inclusivity, sustainability of open source models, encouraging community collaborations can help balancing open source ethics and AI integration. So user feedback and iterative design. So user-centric design philosophy, the value for the user feedback. So user-centric design philosophy. GNOME thrives on active user engagement. Feedback shapes intuitive and accessible design. So enhancing AI integration. AI models improve with real-world input and iterative refinements based on user needs. Building trust and community. So building trust is the most important thing while integrating the AI. So encourage how we can build the trust is encourage user participation in open source development. Take a time to time feedback from users so that they will be happy to contribute to the open source like they are doing their own projects. Now iterative designs with AI assistance. The power of iteration in design means continuous refinement to enhance usability, focus on solving real user problem. Now AI as a design companion. AI tools can suggest alternatives, identify patterns and propose optimization, and speed up the feedback loop by providing real-time design modifications. Now collaborative design process. Designers and AI work together to explore multiple solutions. AI assists in experimenting the different design elements quickly. Now, taking the real-world example in GNOME, AI-driven suggestions for UI layout and accessibility improvements in GNOME application. Iterative improvements for GNOME's design based on AI-generated data. Example, user interface adjustment based on color contrast analysis. Conclusion. Oh? Okay.
Yeah, we have to end.
Okay, so this was it for today. So we had a short time. Thank you so much.
So thanks to our presenter. So actually we got another session. Supposedly we are having break right now, but because previously we have Masun Atakuma and his friend also, I think I can get him get her on screen now. Wait, Nasa. I'm trying to get you on the screen right now. So hold on. Oh. Can you open your camera, Nasa? Nasa, I think Beverly also.
Data was lazy, so that's the part I'm.
Don't worry, he will be here, so you can ask the question after this, afterward. So let me try to get. So I think you cannot see. Oh. It's a big echo. Oh,
On the laptop.
oh yeah, the laptop is open. Can you mute this one? Oh, is it my laptop? Yeah, my laptop. It's my laptop. Okay, never mind. Okay, so please be aware with the echo for a while because I need to talk with her on there. So let me share my screen for. Okay, so hello Nasa.
Hello.
Okay, so I'm trying to control the echo over here, but here is your. Here's your.
Turn off the Bluetooth on your laptop.
Bluetooth? Oh yeah. Never mind. I'll make it fast. So
So here is your viewer, and I think Nasa, you can just start the.
Okay, so I'm going to switch off my camera at some point because of internet connection, but let's just see how far I can go with it. So, hello everybody, and good afternoon, good morning. I am Nasa. I'm joining you guys today from Cameroon, and we'll be talking about accessibility in open source, building the GNOME community that supports members of every ability. So, like I said, I am Nasa. I'm a software engineer. I've been part of the GNOME community since 2020, and I'm really passionate about open source and accessibility. And I'll be presenting this talk today with Beverly. Beverly, over to you.
Hello, everyone. Super nice to meet you, at least virtually. So, I'm Beverly Bravo, currently based here in the Philippines. I work as an accessibility practitioner. So, I host workshops and do accessibility auditing for websites and other types of applications. So, yeah.
Okay, please, I have to put on my camera now because of my connection. It's not the best. So today we hope that if you've never heard about accessibility, you should leave this talk with an understanding of the topic. You should also know about some disabilities and how they can impact the community members' participation. You can learn how to sustain our accessibility efforts as a community. And we really hope that by the end of the talk, we all will leave here with a renewed commitment to accessibility. So we're going to have an introduction. We'll try to understand accessibility. We'll discuss types of disabilities. We'll talk about strategies for building a more inclusive community. And we're going to open the floor to questions and contributions. So approximately 1 in every 7 people has a disability in the world, and that's about 16% of the population of the world. Ignoring this number in open source space means excluding many people from all the benefits of open source. Benefits like networking, flexibility, cost effectiveness, and transparency, and also skill building, which most of us benefit by being part of the open source community. So if everybody can benefit from this, then everyone should, and people should not be excluded from these benefits because of their unique needs. So of course, the GNOME community has so many accessibility efforts. And first of all, our official website, www.gnome.org, is very, very accessible. We also have a code of conduct that warns against discrimination of any sort, including those done to persons with disabilities. It's long, but I encourage you all to read it if you haven't read it already. You can check it out at conduct.gnome.org. And GNOME also provides various ways for members to participate through coding, documentation, discussions, and this all is in the effort of accommodating different abilities. Of course, we do not stop there. We have GTK. So if you're not familiar with GTK is a widget toolkit, and it helps developers to be able to build graphical user interfaces. It's at the core of the GNOME development platform and can also be used to write applications for other Linux environments. So GTK supports assistive technologies like screen readers, and we have some recent updates in GTK 4.14 that show many improvements in this area of compatibility with assistive technologies. So you can always read more about GTK. I'm just giving out a lot of resources. You can check on blogs.gtk.org. And again, well done to the team for putting all of this together. So there is ATK, the accessibility toolkit, available from GTK 3 and readers tools. And of course, we have a very, very supportive and welcoming community, which is really most important when it comes to when we're talking about accessibility. So to understand accessibility, we'll talk about what it is and why it's important. So generally, accessibility is about building applications that users, including users with disabilities, can get and use properly and get the full benefits of using these applications. In open source, we have to go a step further to ask like critical questions. Can users with disabilities use our applications? Can they contribute to code and documentation? Can they join and navigate our communities? Are they and also engage in discussions, crucial discussions about the community? And are they comfortable in our community? So thinking about all this will help us to build a community and products that are truly accessible. So accessibility is crucial in open source for so many reasons. Some of the reasons are inclusivity. So accessibility ensures that everyone, regardless of their ability, can participate in and benefit from open source projects. And this fosters a diverse community that enriches the development processes and outcomes. Also, by making our projects accessible, open source communities can attract a wider range of contributors, including those with disabilities. And this diversity can go a step further to lead to create more innovative solutions and perspectives. And of course, there's a legal and ethical responsibility. So that many countries have laws and regulations requiring digital accessibility, and adhering to these standards not only fulfills these obligations, but also aligns all of us with ethical principles of fairness and equality. And improving on accessibility features often enhance the overall user experience for everyone, not just for persons with disabilities. So things like clear navigation, alternative text, and responsive design benefit all users, leading to better engagement and satisfaction. We also have community growth. We also have community growth. Um, so accessibility helps the community to grow because when people feel included and valued, they are more likely to contribute, to provide feedback, and to advocate for the project. Our collaboration is also enhanced. So accessibility promotes better communication and collaboration among community members. So things like clear documentation and user-friendly interfaces, which are um, factors that improve on accessibility, generally help to facilitate participation and improve on knowledge sharing. Also, it's always also important as open source projects because so many other people look up to open source and the communities. It's always important to showcase these best practices and to set a good example because in most cases, other projects will just copy what open source projects are doing. And also, sustainability is very, very important. So projects that are accessible are more likely to be maintained and updated over time since they cater to a broader audience. And this sustainability is vital for long-term success of open source initiatives. And last but not the least, positive reputation. When a project is known for its commitment to accessibility, the project generally has a better reputation, and this helps the project to attract contributors and users who value inclusive practices. So let's talk about some types of disabilities and how they can actually impact a community member's experience in the community. So first of all, we could have members that are visually impaired. So they may be blind, they may have low vision, or they may be color blind. And these participants may struggle to read code, documentation, or reader interfaces. And lack of accessible documentation can really hinder their ability to contribute effectively. So it's important that they have screen readers, and we also provide alternative formats for them to access information. The next type of community members that we can have could be members that have hearing impairments, and they could be deaf or hard of hearing. And these users may have difficulty participating in audio-based discussions, webinars, or conferences. So it's always important that we attach captions and transcripts and just help to give them visual clues. So Users may have mobility impairments, so they may have limited use of their hands or arms. They may be paralyzed or they may have repetitive strain injuries. And software that requires precise movement of the mouse or complex keyboard shortcuts may limit their ability to contribute to code or participate in discussions. So it's always important to add voice commands or keyboard navigation to our community softwares, the softwares that we use in our community. And the next is users with cognitive disabilities. So the users may have learning disabilities like dyslexia, attention disorders like ADHD, or intellectual disabilities. And these individuals may struggle with reading comprehension, processing information, or maintaining focus during discussions. So it's important that we keep communication clear and concise, and we try to structure our tasks properly. For example, if there are a list of steps that someone has to go through to be able to complete an issue on GitLab, it's important that the maintainer should keep these steps very structured and straight to the point. So users may also have speech impairment. So we can have participants that have difficulty speaking clearly or they cannot speak. So they may find it very challenging to engage in voice discussions or provide feedback. So it's always important to provide text-based alternatives for communication. And we could also have members that have mental health conditions. So they may experience difficulties with participation due to social anxiety or lack of motivation. So a supportive and understanding community is very, very important to help this kind of members feel comfortable and at home. And I'm very happy because we already have that. So it's definitely a plus for us. So we're going to now move to the second part, strategies and personal experience. Beverly, over to you.
Thank you, NASA. So, hello again. It's me, Beverly. Again, super nice to meet everyone. So, for my part, I'll be discussing about the strategies on how to create a more inclusive community, as well as my personal experience starting to join the Genome community. So, again, it's about building a more inclusive community for us persons with disabilities. So, I think I haven't mentioned this earlier, but I am actually a visually impaired due to corneal opacity. So I had this I was since I was born. So I still have a bit of sight, like enough to see or distinguish colors and shapes, and I can also write in large print. So yeah. Um, so building an inclusive community starts with understanding the community itself. So we have three main points here that I'll be discussing in the next few slides. Number one is about research, researching the demographics. Number two is about partnering with advocacy groups. And three is about prioritizing lived experiences over assumptions. So let's um, break this down into different sections. So first, we have to define who is a person with disability. So I mentioned earlier, I'm also part of the community. I'm a person with disability, with visual impairment to be exact. But if we look at disability in a different way, for example, our elderly people can also be called persons with disability because as we age, right, we gradually lose our eyesight. Um, we start like having different assistive technologies that we use, like glasses. Um, Elderly people also gradually loses their hearing, so that's also part. That's why, in that perspective, we can also call elderly people as a person with disability. There's also other types of disabilities. For example, we have situational disabilities. Whenever you're in a loud place and suddenly somebody calls you through the phone and you try to answer, and because you're in a loud place, you can't hear them. So in that specific scenario, you can call yourself quote unquote a person with disability, not because you don't have a fully functional hearing, but because the situation doesn't allow you to. So another example is, for example, because we're all in the tech industry, right? So for example, if suddenly our mouse got broken, so we can't use the mouse. So in that moment, of course, we'll have a bit of a not a bit, but we'll have difficulty navigating different websites or apps through our computer without the mouse. So in that moment, we can also call ourselves a person with disability, not because we don't know how to use the mouse or we don't have the capability to use the mouse, but it's because the mouse is broken. So that's also part of like situational disability. So if we look at it that way, NASA showed you earlier a statistics. So if we look at disability in this way, that statistics will dramatically increase. So the numbers will dramatically increase. So I have here like a short question. So we'll have three of this in the entire part of my talk. So this is just a simple fact versus myth. So it reads, person with disabilities are only those with permanent impairment. Actually, we have already answered this in the previous and previous slides. So um, answer to this is of course, it's a myth. So we'll let you answer the next questions later. So yeah, persons with disabilities are not just persons with permanent disability. So I am considered I have permanent disability. So some people also acquire disability later in life, or as I mentioned earlier, in different situations. Okay, so it's really about research. So researching the demographics. So why does it matter? So of course we're designing, as Lasa mentioned, we're designing for all types of abilities. So we have to do our research. It's about understanding the unique needs of marginalized communities. So when we say marginalized communities, it could also mean like our elderly, women, but in this case, we're focusing on persons with disabilities. So when we do research, we also identify gaps in access to technology and resources. So um, how do we do research? So these are just some suggestions, but there are a lot of things that we can do under this. So first one is about analyzing um, available data, or we have to look at for existing or check for existing data. Not sure with other Asian countries, or even in the US or in Europe. But here in the Philippines, we have very limited data. So that's also one of the problem statements that most non-government organizations serving persons with disabilities are having issues with. So we don't have like an um, accurate data, but I'm happy that a lot more and more researches are emerging related to disability and inclusion. So if we don't have the data yet, why not create or generate our own data from the users? So it's also about conducting surveys or interviews with community members. So of course, also one of the pain points of most developers that I've talked to, or even project managers, is that they're having a hard time reaching out to the community. Where will we find you? Because you're not like visible enough for us. So what we can do is partner with advocacy groups. So it's about um, the reason for this is that, of course, it's not every day that all of us, regardless of what we do in life, has enough exposure, or yeah, enough exposure for of persons with disabilities. So the only exposure that we have most probably would be the representation from media such as movies, books, or even TV series or even plays. So, and most of those platforms have very limited disability representation or even sometimes inaccurate. So this is why it's important for us to partner with advocacy groups because they have like the first hand insights into the challenges faced by the community. So they can definitely help us or you to connect with the community or the users so you can get feedback. So how do we do that? Again, some few suggestions. Two, three specific. Number one is we can attend events and build relationships. So it's important for us to really gain network in the disability community. So more and more person with disability are um, joining like mainstream types of events. But perhaps we can do the opposite or the other side. Like um, for people who doesn't have disability, why not join events related to disability and inclusion? You can really learn a lot and you'll meet a lot of people and talk to them. So you can also offer to collaborate on projects that align with their goals or our goals. So how do we know these goals? Going back to the previous point, which is about talking to the people, it's about doing our research. Okay. Next, it's also about prioritizing lived experiences over assumptions. Mentioned earlier that we have very limited media representation, and it's really normal, natural for us to have different assumptions. For example, for us in the community with visual impairment, so one assumption is that we have extraordinary hearing. That's actually the opposite because we often use headset for our assistive technology called screen reader. So we don't often hear people calling us. So um, that's a misconception. Blind people doesn't have supernatural hearing. So yeah. Um, so what does this mean? It means actually listening to the people you're designing for, and also avoid making decisions based solely on what you think their needs are. So yeah, and then how to do this. You can do FGDs. Again, there are a lot of ways on how we can break our assumptions, right? Because we all have our assumptions. Even I, as a person with disability, I do have a lot of assumptions about my own disability and about other types of disability. So it's really natural, and we don't need to like feel bad about this. So yeah. So how do we do that? Focus group discussions and also engaging in user testing sessions. Again, going back to the previous point, which is about partnering with advocacy groups, so they can connect you to the user themselves. Um, okay, so another fact versus myth question. So the best technology for blind people are those with braille integration. So how do we do this, NASA? How can the audience answer the question?
Since everyone attending, as apart from us, is on site, maybe Shwazan can help us get the answers from the audience. So
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I
the echoes are terrible. Can you just share the response in the chat? Maybe
Yeah.
there's like two or three answers.
Okay. so the best technology for blind people are those with, uh, okay, so the fact versus myth. So the best technology for blind people are those with Braille integration. For you, is this a fact or a myth? Thank you. Is this a collective answer? Oh, yep. Thank you so much. So, yes, you are right. This is actually a myth. Well, personally, I don't, or I only know little to none Braille. So I've learned Braille when I was a kid, like um, decades ago. But since I am still able to see a bit, so I early on I switched to writing using pen and paper, so with large print. So yeah, this is really true. So most of the researchers, especially young ones that I've met, because I also work as a part-time IT instructor at the local university here in the Philippines. Most of them are reaching out. They want uh, people with visual impairment to benefit from their research, and they often opt to coming up with solutions related to Braille, and that this is the result of lack of research and connecting to the community, because they be able to know that there are a lot more the persons with visual impairment use than Braille. So yes. So it's really about knowing the tools we use. So here are just some examples. Not sure if you have heard of these assistive technologies before. And I also just want to emphasize when we say assistive technologies, from the word itself, it just assists us in navigating, for example, the computer with or yeah, the computer with a screen reader or even mobile phones. It doesn't solve the inaccessibility of websites and apps. So yeah, screen readers are used by people with visual impairment and also by dyslexic people. Um, Braille displays are also used by visually impaired people. So it's like a hardware machine where blind people can read Braille, and also voice recognition software. This is a tool used by um, actually all of us, I think. If you're using like different types of assistants on your phone or even on your laptop, you're already using like some type of voice recognition software. So this boils down to testing your apps or your software with these tools. Okay. So another question. So we have fact versus myth. All deaf people use sign language. Yeah. So you can. Is this some fact or a myth? So all deaf people know how to use Braille. So myth. So I'm assuming that's it. This is also a collective answer. Okay. So yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. So yes, you are right. This is also a myth because not all deaf people use sign language as their main means of communication. So some deaf people prefers to communicate through text or chat, or even tools. For example, if you know the free tool called Live Transcribe, it's a free tool used by deaf people wherein they can give their phone to whoever they're talking to, and that person would talk to the phone, and then it will transcribe what's being heard. So yeah. So also some deaf people prefers captions. So it's really diverse. Again, going back to the first point, it's about doing our research. And also creating open channels for feedback. So it's about soliciting input from our users, and also we can do explore platforms like forums and surveys, and feedback sessions. And also, this is really important. Let's make it easy for users to report barriers. So this is also often one of the things that developers neglect is to have a way or a platform wherein people can report any inaccessibility issues. So at least here in the Philippines, we rarely have those feature in an app or in a website. So also it's about diversify the development team. So I've heard that in India and other Asian countries as well, there are a lot of blind people who's really interested in becoming a developer or programmer. So why not include us not just during the testing phase, but in the development phase? So include individuals from marginalized groups in the team, of course, given their qualifications if they fit the qualification, and provide mentorship and training to break barriers. Here in the Philippines, we have different non-government organizations serving different types of persons with disabilities. They capacitate the community. So yeah, that's really important as well. And this leads to more innovative solutions if we include or if you include us in the process. So it's also about promoting accessible documentation. As I mentioned earlier, that one of the challenges we have is accessible documentation. So it's also about using simple languages in your documentation. So this doesn't just benefit us persons with disabilities, but other people as well in general. So the simpler, the better. And next is also providing tutorials in multiple formats, for example, videos, text, and audios. So for videos, you can include captions or even audio description. So audio description is like the narrator. So mainly used by people with learning disability and visual disability, so everything visual on the screen, for example, the quiet parts where there's only a music playing, and then of course as a visually impaired, I won't know what's happening on the screen. So audio description helps us to understand what's happening. So next is ensure materials are screen reader friendly. So this is also one of the things that I always mention to clients that I'm working with accessibility consultancy, is that if they make their app or their software keyboard access a screen reader accessible, so it would be most likely to be accessible with the keyboard. So yeah, which results to, of course, accessibility. Even if we don't have the mouse or we don't use the mouse, we can navigate the website. Okay, so now that we've started creating an inclusive community, it's about how do we sustain it and be consistent. So here are just some tips. Number one is establish inclusive practices. Of course, it's so hard to break like the programs that we have from how society sees persons with disabilities, the many misconceptions surrounding the community. But what's important is we build that muscle, um, um, we light that spark of curiosity within us to really get to know the community. So it's about developing community code of conduct emphasizing inclusion. I believe Genome has already has this, so really happy about that. And also creating guidelines for accessible development workflows. So it's different from one developer to another. So in my part, I've just practice a bit. My background is on computer science. So when I graduated, I had like a short stint in programming, specifically in WordPress before. One thing that I've learned is there's no like one solution fits all type of workflow, or yeah, one workflow fits all. So we really have to keep on reiterating. For example, we try this workflow, and then if it doesn't work, we can try another one until we find the one that best works for us. So what's important is we include it in the process and make it a habit. So next is invest in education and training. So I think we're all doing this already, given that we're all here, and also we're taking like courses. So we learning is a never-ending process. So even in accessibility, I myself as a practitioner, I'm learning every day. Number one, by talking to people, and then by doing research as well, and really exposing myself to the community. So it's about regularly train contributors on accessibility and inclusion. This is also one of the things that I'm looking forward to share more in the community. So host workshops on designing for marginalized communities, for persons with disabilities. So as an organization, we can also tap the community to conduct workshops because they're the expert with their needs. So why not just um, call them to facilitate a certain training or workshop. Another one is I mentioned this earlier. Create a feedback loop. So implement ongoing user testing with marginalized communities and also continuously iterate based on real world feedback. So this would be I just want to emphasize that um, getting feedback from the user is just the start. We should continue to reiterate, get feedback, and then implement, get feedback, and then implement. So I think we all know that as fellow developers. And next is secure resources. Well, this could be different from one organization to another. I'm also interested to getting to know Geno's initiative on this. But um, really, accessibility is an investment that will 100% yield results in the future. So it's about seeking funding or sponsorships for inclusivity initiatives. So there are a lot of organizations that are willing to, fund projects that have impact or that will impact the person with disability community. It's also about allocating budget and time for accessibility testing and improvement. So again, this is really an investment. So next is about building leadership diversity. So why not um, include us in the process? So yeah, so we really have to mentor represented people, represented contributors for leadership opportunities. And then let's share impact. So we should track the usage of benefits of our software and also publish success stories so we can also inspire other persons with disabilities to use our products and also our fellow developers to produce it. So just want to share a short story. I am really interested in joining the Genome community. NASA mentioned a lot of good things about it, and I've read a lot of things about Genome, and I've tried to navigate their websites. And yes, it is accessible, but I am also looking forward to contributing more. And I am happy that the website or Genome has a lot of opportunities, a lot of areas where people can really contribute with their given expertise. So I'm really looking forward to joining the accessibility team and also interested to also writing like documentations because I also do technical writing. So yeah, I mentioned this earlier. I'm part of a community called Hiraya Collective for the Blind. So we are a community based in a coastal area here in the Philippines. So one of the things that we love doing is traveling and really having conversations with different communities. So we explore creative learning spaces for the visually impaired. So we have tried robotics before with the blind people. So we tried assembling like a mini robot with Arduino before. So yeah, we have projects outside the country. We have been to Vietnam just last year to explore alternative education educational methods for all types of abilities. So yeah, just want to share that. So one of the quotations that I really love. So this is from UN. It says, "Nothing about us without us." So we should always include our users in the process, not just during the testing, but also during the development if they're qualified to join the team. So yeah, we have definitely discussed a lot today, but yeah, that would be it for my part. Thank you.
So thank you very much for listening to this presentation. And if you have any questions, then you can just shoot them. I'm sure that there are many questions because we have been speaking for a long time. So, Shwazwan, are there any questions for us? Yeah. Hey.
Hello.
Okay. There's no question. Anyway.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you. We're hoping that next year we're going to be there in person.
Yeah.
Yes. So thank you. Thank you so much for listening.
You are currently the only person in this conference.
picture and still labeled as dog, so that if somebody or some other person asks, feed a picture of dog in some other manner, it can generate a prediction accurately. So that is synthetic data which has been generated by the model itself. Now quantized model, because the models are of very, very high data points and they are very heavy. Okay, so in order to download them, in order to serve them, or in order to inference them, we need to quantize them, compress them. You can say that compressing in a very layman term. Then model has hallucination. When model is not able to generate the accurate data, but it try to show you an output and pretends it's the right answer to your question, then it means it is hallucinating. Okay. Taxonomy. Taxonomy is a way to represent the data. It's all about data, okay? AIML is all about data, and taxonomy is the way to represent your data in a hierarchical structure, domain-wise, and the classification-wise. That is how the iLab takes the data in the taxonomy form. Last but not the least, the iLab. So we'll go ahead with it. Everybody wants to learn AIML in today's era, and I think this is the simplest way you can start with it. Why you should do it? First, it is easy, the simplest way. Second, you don't need to know a lot of things about it. The third, it's lightweight. It doesn't need a lot of compute or infra to be downloaded, or need to be, when you need to train it or inference it, you don't need tons of infra or nodes or compute power resources. Okay, so these are the main, and it is open source. Anybody can use it freely. So I'll definitely recommend that you go ahead and try it at least once. This is a very high level process which iLab follows. So I'll show you the demo in the CLI, but thankfully there is a GUI is also available now of iLab. So you definitely should go to that side of I'll show you, and you can feed the examples and skills and knowledge set to train the existing models over there. So what it does, you download a model, you try to chat with it. If it is not answering your question correctly, you can build that data in the form of skill and knowledge, and you can feed that to the model which you want to train. So you can train that model yourself with the skill you want to add it, and then you can ask questions to that model again to see if your training is going in the right direction or not. So you can do model serving, model inferencing, model training, and you can also generate the synthetic data using the iLab process. So this is the entire process which the InstructLab follows. So this is the example, this is how easy it is, that minimum set of 5 question and answers you need to feed, and it takes that taxonomy file in the YML file format. You just type it and feed it to the model in InstructLab, and your model will be trained on that data. Okay, so I'll show you the demo. I spent a lot of time in creating that demo, and if you have any questions, please can I play it? हाँ, ये इस पे भी लिंक है। So you need to first set up the environment. I tried it on Fedora 41, and you need to install all the iLab InstructLab files. The thing is that with Fedora 41 or any of the Fedora operating system, it actually uses GPUs, CPUs. It doesn't pick up the GPU, and that is why the process is little slow. And if you have a good laptop with like 16 GPUs, it works really good. Below that, you can do serving and inferencing without any problem. Even the synthetic data I was able to produce using my own laptop, it doesn't have 16, it has 8 CPUs. But the training part, it takes like more than 2 days or 3 days to train even for like, what did I generate? 1,000 rows. So for that minimum value of data also, it takes a lot of time. So that is why for the training bit part, you might need a little bit of higher end laptop, but for inferencing and serving, you can still do it using your own laptop, any of the laptop. So this is what I did. I did the serving and inferencing using my own laptop, but for training, I grabbed my husband's laptop because it is of higher capabilities. So here I downloaded a model. This is the smallest one, the Merlite 7 billion parameter model, and it downloads the GGUF file. You can serve it, and in one terminal I served it, and on another terminal I tried inferencing with it, like chatting with the model is like inferencing. So I did that. You can see that it is responding to me in this way. So you can see that it's giving me output. So no matter what, it gives you the output. For example, you ask the children a question, they will not say that I don't know. They'll give you a random answer, right? So the models also do that. They give you any random answer even if it is incorrect. So that is model hallucination. Okay, so we try to make it correct. This is the example taxonomy file which I have generated. It has 5 test cases which I have inputted, then feed it to the model, Merlite model, which I downloaded. So this generated the SDG data. As I told you, you just need to do 5 example, and then you give a command, -1000, 10,000, whatever, and you can generate that much lengthy synthetic data. And then you feed that generator. So you can see my husband's name now. This is his laptop. So we need to take a laptop with a better compute node, with better GPUs, so CPUs and capacity. And there, these are the files, the synthetic data files which got generated. And then here we try to train the model. Here you can see a lot of jargons, like AIML jargon, tokens, safe, tensor, and whatnot. So this is the model before the training. If you ask the question, it will not be able to answer the question which I'm going to train it with. It definitely is not. And after training, it's giving the right answer. And this was the file which we fed to the model. And now you can compare the answer before training and after training. It has a difference, clearly. It's no more hallucinating. So you see how easy it is. With just couple of few commands, you can train your own model. You see, you can tell people, okay, I trained a model. It's a big stuff, right? And it is so simple. And if you don't want to use the CLI, don't worry. There is a graphical user interface as well, which iLab has just launched. There is Samak. I need to go. I could show the, I don't know, the presentation. So I pasted the link to the website, which you can access, and you can try to build the skill and knowledge. So I'll tell you why we are using it in the open source way or the community way. You know what, when one of the model, I'm forgetting the name, was launched in Hugging Face, there was 6,000 forks of that model. And everybody, it means the 6,000 different people were training it with the different data sets and with the different skills and knowledge. So it means model is not enhancing and that knowledge base is not accumulative. With the open source community strategy, we can feed that those 6,000 different skills and data with to a single model, to your foundation model, and it is building up its knowledge with and gaining the knowledge in all those domains and areas. So how powerful it will be, right? So this is the GUI of InstructLab. You can definitely search it and try to add the skill and knowledge to it. You can inference also it by chatting to the model. There is a drop down and you can select which model you want to select. So that's it for me, but we have more people to speak about other things on Fedora. If you have any questions, please, you can ask me. Yeah, please go ahead.
So the training side of things, does the package that's in Fedora that supports GPU as well?
No, it doesn't. So what is happening is, what we are doing is, we are bringing up Podman to support iLab, which will make things very easier, and it will not need that, like, it will not take at least 2-3 days to train a small simple model with a smaller data set. Any other questions? Yeah.
For InstructLab as of now?
I think, I don't remember, 6 months or 3 months? No, it's faster than Roy. It's much faster than Roy, I think. 3 weeks, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, because Roy it's 1 month and Relia it's like 3 weeks or something.
And when do we have the community meetings for InstructLab?
That you need to go to the page and you can check it. But I'm definitely sure who must be doing.
Because anyone wants to contribute to that?
Yeah. So if you want to even contribute in the development of iLab, you can go to their site. iLab is site is their website is there, and you can start contributing to that particular development area. And also, you can join that community, their meetings. You can ask them how you can contribute. It's as simple as that, starting contributing the skills in the existing model in a YML file format. Okay? Any more questions? Okay, thank you so much, everybody. Next, I would like to call upon Sumantro or Yona. Yona is not there.
Do we have Sumantro?
Okay, so until Sumantro comes, I can speak a bit about the Fedora DI team. So in Fedora, it's been how many years? I mean, around 10 years, I think that, or 8 years that we have, yeah. So it's like almost 8 years that we have started with the Fedora DI team. So diversity, equity, and inclusion. And why we thought, it's good to have this team is to help the project, the community, to have an environment that is welcoming and empowers people to contribute. And here are some group photos that we have done from either like when we were at our annual conference or some Hackfest. So some of the main things that we have organized when it comes, because especially events is one of the things that we try to do quite a lot. Fedora Appreciation Week. This was actually the second one we did. We organize it usually every 5 years because it takes a lot of time. And we had it last year. And the idea of the Fedora Appreciation Week is giving a space to our community to say thank you to each other, to appreciate the work that everyone is doing. And you can do that in different ways, either by writing a contributor story, so sharing some story that when someone in your community was like a good mentor for you, helped you to guide you through the project, and so on. Another way, it's actually sharing some images from different events that you have done with your friends in the community, to kind of have an archive, basically, with nice moments we have from the community. We had we shared different stories, so how people started in the community, to inspire also others, how you can grow, what things you can do in the community, and so on. And also people could post on social media saying thank you to each other and so on. They could give also kudos on different channels we have. So it's like, it doesn't matter sometimes the way. It's important just to say sometimes thank you, because especially when working from different environments, mostly from the computer, it's not that we see each other very often. So acknowledging, appreciating the work that everyone is doing is quite important. Then another one is Fedora Week of Diversity. The last one, it happened this year. And this is an event that we do online. And actually, what we try also to combine is not just the event part, but also to do other things before the event. So for example, what we did, we created one video where different people from the community, they were sharing where they are from, what languages they speak, and so on, which parts of the project they contribute, to also show a bit how diverse the community it is. And also, we had different interviews that were shared during this week. So again, how people started, who was their mentor, or who is someone in the community that inspired them. And the virtual event, that it was one-day event. We had like different sessions, panel discussions, different speakers that joined. So we had, I think, around 35 people that attended, and actually it was the first event also that we did on Matrix, fully relying on open source. Another one. So we have the Fedora Mentor Summit. Not sure if you were in the morning where I had the session. But basically, Fedora Mentor Summit, we wanted to provide a space for people, for mentors, either like mentors that are already in the community, or people that, they want to be mentors, a space that they could exchange their experiences with each other, what works best for them, and so on. This year was the third one that we were doing in a row, and that one we try to have it engaging. So we don't try to have a lot of talks. Mostly we focus on either panel discussions or workshop styles to make it more engaging for people. So for example, the session we had this year, it was like focus a bit more on getting feedback, improving communication between mentor and mentees, and so on. So these are the three main events that we have done through the years as a team. But what's next? So since, as I was mentioning, we do a lot of events, we want to also improve other parts of the project. So we are trying to identify some strategies that we can better support local communities, which was also one of the reasons actually why I wanted to join this conference, because I wanted to better connect with the local community here, to see how we can better support. And the idea is also not only, to have local communities around, but how to make them feel part of the global community, because in the end we are all one. So how we can all better work together and collaborate on this. So if you have any ideas, I will be around. I would be more than happy to listen. So then we can incorporate these ideas basically next year. And that's it from me. Sumantra, now it's your turn. Thank you.
I'd let this slide be. I don't have a slide. So I'm going to talk about some things that happened in 41, after 41, and then what are we going at with 42. So starting off, as it was told, like I am somebody who works on the quality bits of Fedora. So two things that happens in Fedora that we do is we try to maintain the quality, and we also try to look at the tooling so that when contributors come to Fedora project, they get a more, let's say, smooth experience than whatever we used to be. Looking at from that perspective, we are changing something called the entire dist git of Fedora. So moving away from something that we have been using for a long time called Pagure to something called Forgeo. if you know Forgeo already, then you know what it is. If not, then you will see a Fedora magazine post sooner or later stating the change. That is one of the biggest change we are going to have. This is also going to deprecate Bugzilla. So most of you who know that Red Hat used to track, or Fedora still tracks a lot of its bugs in Bugzilla. We are going to move away from that workflow, and we're going to integrate all of these things inside Forgeo itself, right? So it is going to be not two tools. It's going to be one single place where you would see your packages, your bugs, and the issues you can file directly on the package itself. It would give you much like a Git workflow like you basically do for your projects these days. So it's going to go that route. That's one of the biggest change. Moving on, we have the accessibility. Fedora is very focused on getting the accessibility bits running as fast as possible, which means we want to have all the default app coverages. I mean, whatever ships default with GNOME, to have all the accessibility parameters enabled. We have a few people who have formed the accessibility SIG in Fedora. It's a special interest group. So if you are somebody who is willing to test accessibility features, we would be doing a lot of test days. There has been one test day which is conducted and was good. So we would be doing more test days. And the intention behind that is to have all the applications that are default shipped in GNOME to have accessibility coverage. That's the second biggest thing. Third, I maintain something called Toolbox. If you know what a Toolbox is and if you have used it, then it is going to get some updates specifically in terms of AI ML capabilities. So there is a project called Project Olama. If you know about it, you know about it. So this is basically going to get integrated into Toolbox, which is going to give you a direct CLI to basically start start a RAG application from your own CLI. You don't have to use something like a ChatGPT or something more complicated like a Podman Desktop. Podman Desktop is still the GUI favorite for a lot of people to use it as a chat application backed by LLM. But we would try to get more CLI bit so that you can actually there are places like servers where you cannot really use GUI so much, or you don't want to. So in that case, Toolbox would integrate natively with Olama, and then you guys can have that experience going on. And about test days, we are going to have a lot of test days this cycle because, as you know, most of you know RHEL, right? So RHEL 10 is going to branch out from Fedora 43, which means you're going to have a lot of these changes show up in 42 and 43. So whenever if you guys are interested in testing out something, if you are like looking out for a job, or if you're like somebody who is a student right now and you want to put something on your resume, which is like, I tested a feature which is going to RHEL next release. These are the two releases where you would like to participate in as much test days as you can. That would give you more experience with what's coming your way. And if you're already a RHEL dev who is using RHEL for day-to-day activities, or even CentOS for day-to-day activities, this cycle is going to be where you announce everything. One of the most favorite topics of all time is coming to Fedora. How many of you have heard this thing called Windows Subsystem Linux, or in short WSL? So Fedora is going to have a WSL soon, which means this release. And this is because RHEL is going to have a WSL coming forward with RHEL 10. So if you are somebody who has been using Windows for a long period of time, and you have like very dedicated workflows there, and you still missed Fedora's usage, you still could do it with a lot of hacks, but this time it's going to be one single command, which I think WSL-D and then the image name, and that should give you Fedora in one go. That would be the implementation details. Yeah. So that's a nutshell what's going to come up. If you have questions, if you have anything that you want help with or want to talk about, I'm here for today and tomorrow and then probably till 10th. You guys can always hit me up over Telegram or any of the Fedora chat channels, and I would be love to answer your questions. With that said, I'll roll this mic over to Justin.
And folks, that's actually at the end of the Fedora release party. So you got a little bit of a gist of what Fedora is all about. You heard of some of the exciting news of things that we've been working on in this last release and a little bit of what's to come. You heard a little bit about cool things that you can do and build on with Fedora. And I hope you got a chance to get some cool swag that we had in the back. So with that, we're going to go ahead and wrap up here. Topics to watch out for in about an hour-ish or so. I'll be here in this room to do a workshop on how you build an operating system and actually unpacking how Fedora does it, but also being very interactive. You're all going to have a chance to participate in this as well. So if you want to go a little deeper on how Linux operating systems get built and get a little hands-on with it, come back here in an hour. We'll also have a presentation tomorrow from myself and Nikita Tripathi, who's not here today. She's in the office. But she and I will be talking about the Fedora Mentored Projects program and about internship experiences and mentoring, looking at the mentor and the mentee experience from our own experiences in Fedora. And I think, do we have any other Fedora topics on the schedule, or is it just those last two that are left? Yeah, I might be forgetting one. I feel like I might be, but I know those two are. So come back here in an hour. Oh, Samantra's going to be talking about Toolbox. So you heard a little snippet of that from him when he was up here. If you want to go a little deeper on that from the developer tools send, catch his talk. I think it's Saturday, if I remember right. But it's in the schedule. Thanks, folks, for joining us and being here for the party. And I hope you all enjoy the rest of GNOME Asia. Thanks so much. Also, one quick housekeeping announcement. We are going to have a group photo at the end of today, after the end of the last session. So just a heads up that we'll have the conference group photo at the end of, after our last session in this room today. That's all.
If So we have concluded the Fedora release party. So we have concluded the Fedora release party, and we are going with the normal flow of the sessions. So there will be a parallel session again in track 1 and track 2. The session for track 1 is from Shailesh Singh. It is about contributing and empowering contributors, journey of a GNOME instructor. And in track 2, it will be about global histogram enhancement by others, GM and the team. So we are starting the session right now, 1:10.
Hello everyone, it's me Shailesh Singh, and I would be giving talk on contributing and empowering contributors, a journey of GNOME instructor. And I am from Nepal, and I'm GNOME instructor from the Nepal. So myself Shailesh Singh, and I am the Nepal core maintainer of GNOME and developer and system network administrator and founder of NetBrain Lab, which support the new idea and innovations. And these are my skills like PHP, JS, Python, Julia, HCL, and over 5+ years of experience in the IT sectors. And I recently got volunteer in GNOME Asia, first initially, then as an instructor in GNOME Nepal, and today as a speaker in this session. So for today, these are the presentation agendas that we're gonna cover. So let's get dive into it. So introduction. So my journey with the GNOME and FLUS. So most of us, you are actually aware of these terms. What is FOSS, what is FLUS? So FLUS means free libre open source software, or some of the say FOSS, that is free open source software. So back then, 7 years ago, I used to be Windows user, and then I shifted to the Linux. And first step to the GNOME contribution was in 2023. Then I become a GNOME instructor, and my vision is to encourage new peoples, new young generations to contribute and thrive in the FLUS. So what is the misconceptions that we are perceiving? So I want to break the myth, some of the myth. First misconception is that open source is only terminal based. So you can see that I have used WSL and just used NeoFace to demonstrate that it is CLI mode. So most of us think that is only terminal based. Then actually in reality it's more like Windows, and it is only with the help of the GNOME. GNOME is like UI UX that gives you hand-on experience like Windows and more power with customizations. And the FLUS contribution go beyond coding their room. So most of the people think that coding is everything to contribute in the IT sector, but most of the contribution goes by contributing non-technically. So what is my contribution? So my contribution is fostering contribution in GNOME Nepal. Actually, in the GNOME, after joining the GNOME, I developed a course, Linux system and administration from beginner to advanced, to teach everyone. It is 200 hour of lecture course with 100 hour of labs. Conducted workshop, mentoring session and cloning event. Increased active contributors in the GNOME Nepal section, GNOME Nepal Foundation. Promoted best practice for newcomers and engaging GNOME projects. So contributing pathway. So this is the pathway that I followed, and how you can do. So there are two types of contributions. You can do technical contributions and non-technical contribution. So first I started with the non-technical contributions. So both are accountable and both are responsible for success of any project. So documentation, translation, and the community engagement is the non-technical contribution, whereas technical holds the coding, bug fixing, and testing. You all of knows that. Now tool and resource that beginners or contributors who want to contribute, they should know is tools. Everyone knows GitHub, GNOME Builder, and issue trackers. And the resource about the GNOME you can find is GNOME Wiki, IRC Matrix channels, mentorship program, and communities you can join GNOME Nepal community, Floss event, and online form, and many other open source community where you can get the skills.
this IIT led from the algorithm, the shared library, and ultimately what we want to support is that we want to write back this data into the kernel, because kernel ultimately what does the further processing, and what you see on the screen is from the kernel. So we were speaking about usage of histograms. Histograms can be used in multiple ways. We have tried to come across two such algorithms from Intel. That's number one, we have global histogram enhancement, which has been floated also. And what is that global histogram enhancement, or GHE in general, is that many times we face a lot of challenges in high sunlight environment or high luminant environment. For example, if you take out your mobile in a bright light environment, you don't see the screen properly. Many of the readability or viewability of the screen is lost. That is what we are addressing with the help of global histogram enhancement. Not only that, if you are capturing a picture in low light environment, if the data or image or video which has been captured in low light environment, right? Even the viewability of that can also be enhanced. You see the images over here at the bottom. The lady over there has, you can see that the face is not that prominent over here. This is not intended. This might be the case where image has been captured in a low light environment. So what this algorithm does is that with the help of IET, image enhancement like data, we enhance that image. Only this portion of the image is being enhanced, and you see much details on her face. That is what GHC does for us. And yet another algorithm which is not been floated is under development, and also it's under testing phase inside Intel. So that is display power saving technology. So the name itself is saying that it is a power saving technology, which means that it saves power. How do we save power? You know that in case of laptops and any other embedded display use cases, right? Most of the power goes with display backlight. What we have, the LCD screens or whatever, the backlight consumes most of the power. So sometimes what do we do in general also, right? If the battery is low, there is a tendency to lessen of the brightness. We'll have the feeling that it says some more power, durability of the battery might be a bit longer. That is true in all the cases. That is what we are doing here. We reduce the brightness. The moment we reduce the brightness, what happens in general cases? The viewability, the image looks little duller, correct? But we want to maintain the same viewing experience over here. That is the reason what we are doing here is that in order to save power, we are reducing the brightness, and ultimately in order to cope up with that, we enhance the image, we boost up the pixels. So that is when DPST plays a very big role. We reduce the brightness in order to cope up with that. We use histogram data, and we ultimately come up with IET, which means image enhancement like data. Ultimately, these two are the images. This is the original image with whatever the brightness. For example, this is with the brightness of 100%. You see the image like that. With DPSC, the viewability, the viewing experience is not that lost. It is almost similar to the original image. Here you see the brightness might be somewhere around 75%. This is not the exact numbers. The algorithm takes care of it. Algorithm gives us what the brightness is and whatever the IT data. But this is how it is gonna see. You don't make out the difference there. So that is the importance of histogram. It cannot be stopped here. Like, it can be extended to many other use cases, as I said. Probably someone can come and develop the algorithm to play around saturation, contrast, anything. But we have come up with two such algorithms, so that is it. So looking at the potential benefits of histogram, I have been speaking about the benefits of histogram so far. So I'll speak about our library, GHE, especially improves the screen contrast and actually provides better viewability or readability, especially in bright light environments. DPST, as the name itself is saying, I'll reiterate, it is a power saving feature. It concentrates more over the power saving, but also maintaining the same visual experience. So the histogram data, as I've been telling again and again, this data can be used in many other use cases. Need not to be just GHE or DPSC. Somebody else enthusiasts can come up with their own algorithm and make best use of this histogram data for best viewing experience. So this is how the flowchart looks, especially with no motor in picture. So we enable the feature first through an atomic commit. We write the bottom line here are the DRM properties that is exposed to us. This is the only thing that is being seen from the user space. We do not know much about the hardware. Keeping that in mind, I have only mentioned 3 parameters over here. Firstly, we enable the feature, that is by writing into the histogram enable CRTC property. Once we enable the property, once we enable the feature, the hardware will be generating us the histogram data based on the flips that we do. Once the histogram data is generated, kernel sends us something known as UDEV event. So on user space, we'll be monitoring the UDEV event, whether we receive any events in general. So once we receive the UDEV event, the observer is basically known as UDEV monitor in general. So once we receive the UDEV event, we go ahead further to read the histogram data, and then we feed this histogram data into the algorithm or the shared library that we have, GHE and DPST in our case, and this will generate us something known as IIT in case of GHA, and also along with IIT it also generates as value for brightness that will be discussed in the future slides. And ultimately we write this IIT into the exposed histogram IIT CRDC property. And ultimately what you see in the display is something magic. So this slide is specifically speaking about DPST. All the parameters holds good as the previous slide over there. Only additional thing what we have is the brightness. The algorithm would provide us the brightness value, new brightness value that has to be written into SysFS path where the backlight is actually controlled. Along with that, all the parameters holds good. We have matter compositor, that is where we are supporting. Somebody can extend this to other compositors also of your use. We have a library. Why do we have a library? Is that because of the complexity of the algorithm what we have, it would be better if we have a library, something like this. What a library does is that it does histogram analysis and it generates IIT and generates PWM. It gives us the percentage, the PWM in case of DPST, or in case of GHE, it is the only IIT. So these are the interactions that goes between the user space and the kernel space. Yeah. So these are the development status and some references what we have. We have the link for MatterMR, which has been floated and it's under review. Some of the weak comments were provided and that's been addressed. And we have the kernel changes over here, PR number 138866, and that is also under review. Anybody can actually contribute to the review over there. We have GHE library that's been floated under Intel's folder on GitHub, github.com/intel/GHE. In the future, we are also going to publish DPST in the same manner. You could watch for that. So with this, we warmly welcome any review comments on the MetaMR and also on the kernel driver PR. So we'll be more than happy enough to address all your queries. You'll be part of such wonderful features over there. So I urge all the enthusiasts to have a look into the code, and if you have any comments, we'll definitely address those concerns over there. So we cannot stop there, and enthusiasts can also try this feature. You can have a in-hand experience of the visual experience, whatever the benefit that we are getting from histogram. You can try that. We have provided the kernel link and the MatterMR. You can utilize those, come up with you install those in your Intel platform. We are supporting it from Tiger Lake onwards. So you can have that tried and can provide us the suggestions. If you have any feedback over that, we'll be happy to adopt those if there is any improvement required over that. So as I said earlier, I also urge the open source developers to take this feature into other compositors, open source compositors and distributions as well. So with this, I'll open the forum for questions. Any questions?
I got two questions.
So, sure.
So number one, probably correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Based on from what I see, the technology is likely based on working on laptop. But how about desktop? So
DP. Okay, I'll answer the question.
That's the question. So I'm not clear, but probably what I see is only on laptop. But how about desktop? So number two, you mentioned that it's already available on current generation Intel and above. What about another platform like AMD? Because personally I'm using AMD, so I'm not biased, but just personal preference. But what about open it to another platform?
Yeah, I would like to answer both of those. The first question is like it is not limited to laptops. On displays, when we speak about displays, there are something known as embedded displays, like you have in laptops. There are external monitors that would be connected. GHE, the first algorithm that we have developed, is for both. You can use it in embedded environment and also you can extend it for external monitors also. But when I speak about DPST, since it is power saving feature, is where we are speaking about brightness. Brightness comes into picture only in laptops. Yes, so that is dedicated to the laptop environments. But histograms can be used for many, not only laptops but also external monitors. That's your question number one. I hope you have answered. Secondly, the question was like, why can't it be taken into other platforms?
Yes.
As Intel, like we have supported, we are the pilots over here. We have supported on our platform, but whatever the UAPs that we are exposing is generic. Once it gets merged in Matter, like any platforms can make use of that. Or for example, if AMD is using any other compositor, somebody can take the reference of Matter implementation that we have done, and they can implement over there.
So which means other platform like ARM or
anybody can make use of it.
Okay.
We ask
the background, the bottleneck for that is the hardware support. So
yes.
we need to have the hardware support for generating the histogram.
Yeah.
Generation should happen from the hardware, right? So only for the generation that is required.
Yeah.
And again, so generation and again applying that factor, right? Pixel factor, whatever I said. So applying that pixel factor, also we need the hardware support for that. It's not done totally by the software. So if we have hardware support, irrespective of any platform, we can get it.
Yes. Any other questions? Yeah, please.
Just a consensus. So how many hardware support, vendors out there support this?
Sorry, I didn't.
No, Intel has these hardware level features.
Yeah.
So
I think most of them they do support, but this is the time that we are getting up and we are opening it to the open source. So I think probably we'll have support from other vendors also very soon.
Qualcomm does support.
Qualcomm does support. AMD has it. So we have floated the patches now, so we are getting comments from other vendors also saying that even we would also like to have this feature. So that's the reason. Initially, if we see the properties, whatever we exposed, right, it was only private to Intel drivers. So then we got comments saying that even we have this feature, we can also use this. So that's the reason we moved it to the DRM core. Yeah, we'll be hearing more from the other vendors also very soon.
One more question. So I know Windows generally gets these features first.
Okay.
So what is the equivalent in Windows? I'm pretty sure
Windows, they already have this feature, and at least for Intel platforms, right, we already have these features, and it's already up in the market. So whatever laptop, if you are using Windows laptop, so probably as part of the display settings, you can see this word DPST.
Oh, okay.
It's already there in Windows.
Also, sorry, so we don't have, high HDR, high dynamic range in Linux yet. I mean, at least in the VLAN side of things, it's happening.
We do now.
We do, it's experimental. Yeah.
HDR. Our team, our guy is working on that. So probably.
Who's that? I want to speak to
So we're almost close to that. So we can talk to him. So we're almost there. We should have it very soon.
So, yes, I'll speak. Yes. But how does it play? Because I'm pretty sure this is going to affect the accuracy, color accuracy and everything. At least in the first one, when we say the GHE, right? So how will it actually work with first 10-bit and second maybe HDR enabled?
That's what. So we have algorithms for different things. So if it is HDR, we have a different algorithm.
Okay.
So same GHE algorithm, but different defense keys.
Okay. And one more thing, can we provide our own LUT as well?
Yeah. That's the reason it's being exposed as a interface to the user.
Yes.
So you can have your own algorithm. You can develop your own algorithm. Replace it. Replace the GH with your own algorithm. Okay. So only two things that you need to keep in factor. The two factors that you need is one is the pixel count, whatever that we are exposing, and to make use of that, develop your own algorithm, develop your own logic, develop any equalization that you have. And then come up with the pixel factor. Pixel factor is nothing but a number, right? It's an integer number with which the incoming pixels will be multiplied, as I said, prepended or appended. That can be done. That's it.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
That's it.
Okay, thank you. So like I said, it's a very interesting topic for me personally. We will take a minute break because our cameraman need to set up something. So upcoming after this, we will continue with display engine, hardware-based adaptive sharpness filter. So we will be back shortly. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't do anything with that. Sadly.
Okay.
We are waiting for you. Once you complete, just get
Okay, good. Okay.
Tadi printer good. Dua session itu. So kita tinggal isi sharpness
belum. Hah?
Itu yang mesti record.
Iya.
Tak, kenapa masa kena tukar ni setting?
Yalah ikut dia orang.
Tak faham kenapa nak setting.
Nak dapatkan straight. Nak dapatkan straight.
Screen.
Straight.
Straight. Tadi sikit. Wan, sebab nak tak pakai OBS yang dalam stream dia tak dapat.
Tak lah. Dia orang tak faham. Okay, alright. Guys, I think we can continue for our next session. Let me try to call for you guys.
This one
Okay, I think we can start right away. No worries, we got stream. We got stream because we have stream to also to consider. That's why. No worries. Okay, I think it's ready. Okay. Okay. So I think we can start our next session. So this is also kind of interesting because I approve this to talk personally. So we will continue with this display engine and a hardware-based adaptive sharpness filter presented by Ardash, Namisa, and Uma. So please, guys, take it away.
So hello everyone. So I'll start by introducing myself. So yeah, I am Nimisa Garg and I'm joined by my colleague Uma and Adarsh. So we are working in Intel and we are a part of a Linux display team. So like we are working both from the kernel side and the user side. And we are going to talk about today, as the name suggests, display engine based sharpness. So agenda for today is like, first I'll go over to the introduction and motivation, like why do we need sharpness and what are the benefits of the sharpness, why we are applying it. And then we'll talk about the kernel implementation and the interface. Then we'll also see like how the Mutter is implementing how they are using the sharpness feature and how they are using the G settings to set the sharpness. And then we'll discuss the current status of development references, and then we have call for action. Yeah, so like whenever we say sharpness, so first question that comes to our mind, like why do we need sharpness? So sometimes what happens while image processing, right? Like if we do rendering, upscaling, or even if we capture images through camera. So it sometimes happens that we might lose some fine details of the image because of some defects or something. So we need some kind of image enhancement so that we can regain the lost details. So sharpening is such technique where we can make the edges of the image look more distinct and the image looks better. And there are some traditional sharpening techniques also and what happens that like uniform level of enhancement is applied on the image. So what happens, it might lead to over sharpening of an image, or we can still lose some natural details. And there are also some proven GPU-based technologies that are used for sharpness, which can lead to the performance of the GPU. So what we are doing, like we are implementing the sharpness through the display engine, or you can say display hardware. So with the help of this, we can achieve the desired enhancement of an image with a minimal power and performance impact. And it also helps in avoiding the extra buffer of copy in GPU, which ultimately reduces the load on GPU. And the main thing is like it can be used for both gaming and non-gaming purposes. Yeah. So in this slide, I like you guys try to look at the difference. Like there are two images. So I'll pause for a minute here. So as we all can see, this on the left-hand side. On the left-hand side of image, the image is little bit blurred, and we are not able to see the edges clearly. But on the right-hand side image, right, we are able to see the edges more clearly at distance. And this is the sharpened image, and which overall improves the visual experience also. Like this image seems to be more better as compared to this one. So like this is one of the use case of sharpness we are doing. So as I already mentioned, the benefits of hardware engine-based solution. So minimal power and performance impact. It helps in avoiding the copy of extra buffer in GPU, and it can be used for both gaming and non-gaming purposes. Yeah. So now I'll be talking about the kernel implementation and the hardware implementation, and the user part will be handled by others. So yeah, before we go deep into this, I want to mention that the sharpness, whatever we are doing, it's a post-blending operation. So once we get the blended output from CRTCI, so in this is the hardware part. So what happens, like we give the input pixels to the filter, and filter is nothing. It is not a separate block. It's implemented as a part of a scaler in the hardware. So what happens, whatever the input pixels are coming, and the scalar coefficients, whatever the kernel is providing to the hardware, we do some operations like weighted operation. So what is the weighted operation? Like we multiply the input pixels with the scalar coefficients, and we just take the product, and then we sum up all the products and take the average out of it. So what here we are doing, this operation is applied on the source pixel to generate the destination pixel, and in parallel we have another block called control pipeline. So here what we are doing, like yeah, this one is used to calculate the alpha value. So alpha value is nothing, it's a factor, you can say, where we can which is used to blend the sharper image with the original image, so that let's see, it is possible that there can be some over sharpness in some areas. So to reduce that, we need that alpha factor, and that blending operation takes place in this output function block, as we can see, and finally we get the sharpened output. So this is the basic hardware diagram that is there in the Intel platform. Yeah, and from the kernel side, like as I already mentioned in the hardware, that we have this display engine block which is doing all those things, and the scaler we are using to implement a filter. So basically, the scaler is a multi-tap FIR filter which performs the weightage of the source pixel to generate the destination pixel. Yeah, and one more thing, like as I mentioned, that we need scalar coefficient to perform this weightage average. So it depends on the resolution. So let's say we have 2K, 4K, or any resolution higher than 4K, we have the category like what coefficients we need to refer to that. Yeah, and the LUT value that we are programming in the kernel is we need to load it one time. So we don't need it every time. Yeah, and the main thing is like we are introducing the CRTC property from the kernel, named sharpness strength, that is being exposed to the user space. So this is basically to get the strength value from the user side, and it's a range based property, so it can take the value from 0 to 255, and it's a generic API, so it can be used by any user space. So user part I will take.
Thanks, Nisa. Once again, I'm here to explain the user space part of the story over here, especially concentrating on Mutter. That is what our primary compositor is right now. So when it comes to implementation is Mutter, in the previous slide you had just observed that there is an UAPI that has been exposed to the user space. That is filter strength. First of all, we need to build our support around that. When that is being exposed, first of all, that is a CRTC property. So in Mutter, we'll have to provide basic CRTC property. That is the second row what you are watching over there. In order to feed into that user exposed property, we'll have to get the user data. It is not that Mutter generates its own values and feed into that. It is always interactive with the end user. End user is provided an opportunity, a provision to enter the value of his desired with the help of G settings. We'll see how it is done in the coming slide, but we'll see. When it comes to G settings, what we have to support in Mutter is that whatever the values that user enters, using G settings command, we should be making provision for that using a command line interface, and then obtaining that value. Ultimately, we check the sanity over that value that's been provided, and ultimately we write into the we'll have to transfer into that layer where we actually write into the property. That is the support that is required when we are going to support G settings. So in Mutter environment, we store this user provided data, especially with G settings, GNOME settings. In mutter.gschema.xml, for that we'll have to introduce a new element along with the existing elements. For example, we have one for VRR, and there are other steps which it has been supporting right now. So these are the three aspects that we have to cover when we say that we are supporting G settings. Why we had gone to G settings, that is also an interesting story over there. When we first sat on the design table, we thought like it would be better if we have a slider for the end user on the UI settings, right? That is the ultimate goal what we had, and it cannot be done as such. I mean, it has to be discussed with GNOME design team. We had long discussions with GNOME design team, and that is when they suggested that it would be better to start with to go with the command line interface as such, like G settings what we had. For POC, we had also developed one more version of this, like that is a looking glass based solution. So that is a debugger tool that Mutter uses in general. That is not been floated. That was only for debugging to test this feature altogether. So we had gone to G settings after discussions with GNOME design team altogether. When it comes to CRT cell support, like we support any other given property in Mutter that has been exposed to us, we provide basic CRT property support in the first go. And secondly, we will be monitoring about the user provided data. Whatever the user enters on command line interface, we check the data, we make the sanity check over there, and also we check whether the value is repeated or not. It is not the fact that every time the user enters, we need to write into that property. That is an extra burden on the kernel and also on the user space. But because that goes to atomic commit, it is not necessary that every time we write into that particular property. For that, we only write into the property when the value entered by the user is unique. In the first time, like value would be 0, and whatever he enters is a new item over there, we'll have to write. Second time, we'll check based upon the previously entered value, which means if it is same, we'll neglect that because the kernel already has that value and it's been seen on the screen. And if the user enters any new value, then we'll go ahead to write into the expose CRTC property. So this is the flowchart that we have. As I previously mentioned, we have been supporting this through G settings on a command line interface. Now, in the future, this can also be extended into US settings whatsoever. So for this, like we have set up for G settings commands in order to set and get the values. Basically, we use the setters over here. We'll see the command in the future slides, but using G settings command, we set user will be setting the filter strength value. Then when it comes to Mutter environment, Mutter with the help of G settings APIs that we have in order to read and write, we'll be using read APIs in order to get the value from G settings environment to the Mutter space. So with the help of APIs, we'll be reading that we now have the value, and as I said previously, we'll be checking whether this value has been changed or not. Only if the value is not changed, regular operations, regular cycle, flipping cycle will be taking place. If the value has got changed, then we write the value into DRM CTC property of filter sharpness strength ultimately, and that is done through atomic commit. Ultimately, what kernel does has been explained by my colleague previously. So it applies the sharpness, it does some processing, post blending. Ultimately, we see the result on the screen, like you had seen on previous slides. So this is such similar diagram, but have tried to figure out what are the components when it comes to G settings, majorly over here, and Mutter as such we are representing here as a single component. When it comes to G settings, there are many aspects that comes into picture. First of all, the user interface. In our case, it is a CLI command line interface, but also it can be extended to GNOME Control Center. That is the settings, UI settings, what you see in GNOME environments. Secondly, in Mutter space, like we have something known as G settings schema. That is where we actually, it is an XML structure that stores the user provided value in Mutter environment that will be interacting with Mutter altogether. And the graded area over there in the right hand side, it's nothing but deconf and the communication with the dbus what we'll be going through. This is not necessary, majorly necessary for us now. That is because like we are not dealing with GNOME control center, but when it comes to GNOME control centers or any other application that provides data through the dbus, like this comes into picture, but the infrastructure is already present in the matter. We can utilize, extend this when it comes to GNOME control center in the future. So once the value is obtained by Matter compositor, the value will be of the range 0 to 255. That is how kernel defines it right now. So we have to provide the value in the given range. We'll see like what happens like for whatever the value that we provide in the future. Ultimately, we write that into the DRM CRTC property that is exposed, and the kernel does the rest of the task. So what happens with different values of filter strength that has been provided? Like already discussed, the UAPI that has been exposed is a single UAPI with which we enable and disable the property, the feature altogether, and also we set the filter strength, because the hardware register, hardware level also, like we have a single register for handling those, and this is an efficient way of handling that we thought instead of exposing yet another property, we thought like a single property can do the job for us. So with that aspect, in order to enable this feature, we want to enter any user should be entering the value greater than 0 in the range. The range is 0 to 255, so greater than 0, lesser than or equal to 255, that is the maximum value. So if the user enters any value that is greater than 0, lesser than 255, this enables the feature altogether. You will be seeing some sort of sharpness on the screen depending on the strength value provided. If the value is 100, you'd see medium level of sharpness or adequate level of sharpness for a given content. It is all content based. Secondly, if you have to disable the feature, for suppose you have entered any given value, now you think that for the given content the sharpness is not required, the content is so good, or you do not require the help of sharpness over there. In that case, like you'll have to disable the feature. How do you do that? Again, with the command line interface, you'll have to provide the value of 0. So here in the third bullet, what I'm providing is that the actual command with which how we set the strength value. This is the same for enabling, disabling, and also to provide the desired strength value. So this is the command gsetting set, and whatever it follows over there, the given value of n. Some of the examples has been provided here. In order to pass 100, this is how you do. If you have to pass 200, that's how you do, and in order to disable, you pass 0. And ultimately, as I have to call out a disclaimer here, like if anybody asks me, like how would one choose the adequate value of sharpness? Like take an example of television also, like the personal computer where we play with brightness, the sharpness, and other contrast, right? There would be slider. You would set that point into a desired value, what feels best for you at that time based on the content. You will be choosing the value. It is not the compositor that assumes this would be the best possible viewing experience for this user. No, it doesn't calculate that way. We are not doing any intelligence on that, but we should not be doing actually. So it is the user who chooses the desired value. He enters any values of his thing. Like for example, for a given content, the sharpness value, adequate sharpness value would be something around 80. So user has entered 40. He might be satisfied with that experience, or he may go ahead and enter another value like 75. He will be more than happy with the viewing experience. He stops over there. So that is where like user plays a very major role in choosing the sharpness value. So again, the development stage, we have to provide the Matter MR has been floated. We have series of discussions with GNOME design team and also Matter community to float this MR. The MR is under review. You can also contribute for the reviews over there. You can also adopt this eventually, and also like the kernel patch series is over here. You can utilize this. You can have a look at this to know what has been gone into internals this implementing this feature. So ultimately, again, we welcome reviews and suggestions over our MR and PR, because that is so important. Unless user tries it and provides us suggestions will not be knowing. For us, our child is best. I mean, whatever we do is always the good. We look good into that. But negative aspect of that are any other thing over there can be only comes through review and all. So enthusiasts can also try this feature from Lunar Lake onwards. Point to be noted on Intel platforms, and I can share your comments, feedback over the mailing list, whatever we have floated there. And it will be also fun to extend this to other open source compositors. And reiterating, Western is one thing like you can try easily, and other distributions too. It will be fun, and they can extend this feature over there. Or if you need any help over there, we'll be there to help you all together. So try this out. Okay, we open the forum for questions. Any questions?
Any questions?
Yes.
Is only supported for Intel processor or only x86 architecture?
So there are two stories, right? I mean, whatever the driver or the compositor that we are supporting, it is generic. Anybody can make use of this. But at the hardware level, it is only Intel as of now that has been supporting. But we are exposing UIPs, and anybody can make use of those UIP and make their own implementation. We did not speak about what Intel does here. Like, so AMD can come up with their own algorithm internally. They will have a different methodology. NVIDIA might have their own. So it is up to the vendors to support in their own ways. So, but Intel is doing this way. But this will be open source. Anybody can utilize it. But for now, we are testing it on Intel platforms.
Is it supported by Intel processor or Intel graphic card?
Intel processor.
Yeah, Intel processor. So only thing is like the API we are providing is like just to give the sharpness value, so that this is how you do. Now underlying is under the hardware, like, and we are not exposing that complexity to user space to worry about. So that is the generic part of the interface. Now how you do realize in the hardware, like that is we are leaving it to the vendors, right? So currently like Intel has implemented in this fashion, like using filters. It can be done in another way, but that complexity of how filter is implemented on user space doesn't need to worry about that, right? You have to just choose a value which works best for that particular.
I was thinking like I don't have a Lunar Lake, so I have older processor. So if I want to use this feature, so I can take Intel graphic card, which is now launching.
Right.
So I can use that feature.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and it will be. It will be a part of the like. Once it is by like it will be part of like all the upcoming releases of hardwares and everything. At least you will be, for sure Intel will have that. For other vendors, as others mentioned, I think it depends like when they intercept that feature. I think, but community is excited about this in general. I think when we discuss with GNOME design teams, I think they also want it. So it is a feature which is missing in GNOME and Linux side. I think in the ecosystem.
I have to write so much code for the sharpness of images.
Yeah, like you can. I think a lot of open source GL based algos are there. Like, like you can use shaders and those things. So basically, like that is also it does the job. But I think if you get assistance from hardware, like you can assume like it will be like much more power efficient and like. Yeah, it will be good, right? So offload all the burden from GPU to the display controllers, right? Yeah. So that's what Intel is actually intercepting it this way now. Like I think I'm sure other vendors will follow soon.
Yes.
I do have one question.
Yes.
So the sharpness is applied for the whole frame buffer itself, or not for any subsurface?
Like she explained in the previous slide at the very beginning, right? It is not applied uniformly across the frame. It is the content that is targeted, and only where the sharpness is required, sharpness will be applied over there.
So something like
it is not for entire pixel. That is what traditional algorithms do, but not.
Yeah, and then you can see like if you apply the overall, then the effect will be lost. So you want to highlight those edges, right? So you have to apply tactically in places that you have to apply the filter such a way that edges gets in hand, but not the background. Right? So you have to be so that is taken care of by the filter implementation.
And user can change the strength value like seamlessly. There is no mode set, so that blank screen won't come for a second. So it's seamless. That is a good part.
I have a question. So you said you like supporting hardware, right?
Like, can you just explain like what do you mean like hardware support? It's in the firmware or something, or like this specific?
No, it's a hardware block.
Actual hardware that we're speaking.
Actual hardware.
On the register level, like there will be dedicated registers for this, which does the operations,
Oh.
and we make use of that ultimately at the very bottom layer, right? Firmware sits on top of that, but ultimately on the very bottom level, the hardware should be supported. This is a hardware feature. There will be some features which is a software only, so it is not that feature.
So actually it is a filter which you have to implement. So that filter is implemented in hardware. So it's a hardware filter that is in the hardware. So you enable that feature, control this through this interface. So that's what we are keeping it generic in a way. So this can be only Intel specific, right? This way of implementing. Underlying, I'm saying, like other hardware vendor can implement it in a different way. So they can realize. So we are using scalers and filters. So that is what Intel is doing, but yeah, other vendors can do it. But for user space, it will be still integrated. They don't have to bother about the underlying implementation.
I have a request.
Yes.
Can I get link to the link that you shared just now? I want to take the photo for the link.
Okay.
So I interested to try it, to review it later.
Yeah, sure. I think the comments are welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting because currently it's only Windows got it first. This is true reality, harsh reality. But then on Linux, like you mentioned, mostly hardware related, but this one is kernel level. So it's I do find it interesting.
Yeah, I think if you see in general, I think Linux was little lagging as you said,
Yes.
but I think we are all catching up. Like for example with HDR, color, this thing, sharpness. So all these features are they're slowly getting there. Like a lot of work happening. So yeah, I think with all the community participation, I think we'll get there.
6. For the kernel currently, which supported for the patch means that we can patch to be like kernel 5 or kernel 6 and above for the kernel.
Kernel version.
It's a 5. It's still not much. It's in the review process. So
it's
fifth is the.
It will be much soon. Yeah.
Oh, kernel 5.
But the link.
Kernel 5.
Link if you want to take care of.
You can patch.
Yeah.
So.
Any question?
Any more questions? So thank you. Intel has presented 3 of the topics. I hope the 3 were interesting.
So thank you for thank you for presenting. I mean, it's a pleasure to from the community sides, it's a pleasure for Intel to be presenting today, and hopefully in next event you can take part. Okay, so we will ending our session for this track. So we will continue our session for the next day. If you guys interested, you can get to the main track, which is currently already start. Justin is talking right now, building open source, building an operating system. So if you guys interested, you can go to the track 1. So thank you guys. See you tomorrow. Thanks for coming. By the way, I think just a suggestion. Probably next year, I'm sure. I think next year. Much more on desktop development. I think they will be interested about that. I mean, personally, I'm interested in it.
Yeah, I got that.
Yeah, so hopefully you will. I mean, keep it work. I'm really like passionate when you guys hear about that.